Peter Hook, Rohan Seal and Johan Graves, Bent Wildenson, Adrian Carter, and Philip Hansen. Now, each witness will be sworn in or affirmed. Note that in accordance with Rule 19.2 of the URPR, where a person is called upon to give expert witness, each party will have an opportunity to cross-examine a proposed expert and make submissions before the Commission makes a determination on the expert's qualification. After presentation of each witness called by the applicant, the parties are at liberty to cross-examine each witness in the following order: the Public Counsel, the interveners in the order of intervention: the Barbados Renewable Energy Association, the Energy Division, Ministry of Energy and Business Development, Ms. Tricia Watson and Mr. David Simpson, Mr. Kenneth Wendt, the Barbados Sustainable Energy Cooperative Society Limited. After the above cross-examination, the applicant will be permitted to re-examine its witnesses. After the conclusion of the applicant presenting its witnesses and cross-examination, the Public Counsel and interveners shall present their witnesses and shall be at liberty to amplify any evidence so given by the witnesses. After the presentation of each witness called by the Public Counsel, the applicant and the interveners are at liberty to cross-examine the witnesses. After the presentation of witnesses called by each intervener, the applicant, the Public Counsel, and other interveners are at liberty to cross-examine the witnesses. After the cross-examination, the Public Counsel and interveners are at liberty to re-examine their witnesses. A commissioner or the Commission's counsel may at any time question any witness for clarification of anything the witness may have said or generally. Upon the conclusion of the evidence, the parties shall be permitted the opportunity to make closing arguments or statements, and parties will be permitted the following time with which to make their closing arguments or statements: the applicant, 45 minutes, Public Counsel, 30 minutes, interveners, 20 minutes, and reply by the applicant, 15 minutes. Where parties represented by Public Counsel, that party will not be permitted to make a separate appearance before the Commission. Okay. The applicant is now permitted to call on its first witness, and on our list is Roger Blackman. Could we have Mr. Blackman sworn in?
Mr. Chair, if counsel for the applicant will permit, I do have two procedural questions. The first question is in relation to service of supporting documents. Whether, as we have been doing throughout the entire proceeding, we will be permitted on this side. I see the applicant has the resources to print several copies and provide, but will we be, and we're required to provide them prior to appearing or producing that document in the hearing. And so will we be permitted to serve documents electronically?
Yes, and we also had agreed that if you want to use any material while making a presentation, that you can have it on the screen. We did approve that yesterday. So if you want to amplify anything and show any relevant information, we did approve yesterday in motion that you can do so.
But I'm also referring to documents that might be presented to a witness to comment on, give evidence in relation to, so that they are, the procedures provide that they're to be provided that information, not all of the parties, before they're actually, they're being questioned.
Okay.
So that's my question, if we can do that advance service by electronic mail.
Yes, Ms. Watson, we would allow that you would submit that document electronically.
And the second question I have is in relation to transcripts. We know that the transcripts are being produced electronically, and so we, and I'm sure the other interveners are interested to know, and probably the applicants as well, on what regularity, let me put it that way, will transcripts be provided. So coming out of the procedural hearings, we've received transcripts 2 or 3 days later, and if that is the time that it takes, then we'd have to accept that we mightn't get them daily, but we'd like to understand what we can expect.
2 business days.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hi, good morning. Affirm. I do.
Thank you. Mr. Ali?
Thank you, Chair. For the record, Mr. Blackman, full name and address, please.
My name is Roger Blackman, and my address is 12 Stepney, St. George.
Your occupation and qualifications.
I am a mechanical engineer by profession. I hold the SC in engineering from UE St. Augustine and MBA from the Durham Business School, University of Durham.
What is your position with the applicant?
I am the managing director.
And how long have you worked in that position?
Been in that position since 2016.
A brief statement as to your duties in that position.
I have overall management responsibility for Barbados Light and Power. I also have responsibility along with my executive team for setting strategy and direct responsibility for ensuring compliance with laws and regulations.
Can you give us a short statement as to the nature of the applicant's business?
Barbados Light and Power is a vertically integrated electric utility, meaning that we have responsibility for the generation as well as transmission, distribution, and sale of electricity on the island. We operate under a franchise, a 42-year franchise that comes to an end in 2028. And at present, we have a peak demand of around say 140 to 145 megawatts. We serve 130 plus thousand customers on the island of Barbados.
Okay. And you are a regulated entity?
We are a regulated entity, that's right.
Regulated by?
By the Fair Trading Commission.
Yes. You've indicated that you're the managing director of the applicant. Are you aware of the application that has been filed and is the subject of today's proceedings?
Yes, I am.
For the purposes of that application, what, if any, documents have you produced or prepared?
But I would have provided general oversight for all of the documents submitted, but I had specific responsibility for the general memorandum, the memorandum on test year, the memorandum on standards of service, as well as various affidavits in support of the application and interrogatories.
Is this the first application to the Fair Trading Commission for rate review?
No, this isn't the first. We've been regulated for many years, first under the PUB since the 50s up until the current time, so there would have been several over that period.
The most recent?
Most recent would have been, as referenced several times already over the last few days, in 2009. The rates were granted at that time for 2010. And the other, before that, would have been 1983 under the PUB.
Okay. Well, let's go to the 2009 rate review application. Mr. Blackman, could you push that mic a little closer to you? I understand they're having difficulty picking you up.
Certainly. Is that better? Okay. Yeah.
What was the outcome of that 2009 rate review application?
The outcome of that is that we would have been granted an increase effective March 1st, 2010, based on an approved rate base, approved capital structure, and a rate of return for the company.
And was that approval and assessment historical, based on a historical perspective or a projected perspective?
Yes, that approval would have been based on a historical test year, which has been the practice for previous rate cases, and it would have been a test year of 2008 on that occasion.
What part did your forecast and expansion plan play in that assessment?
The forecast in that assessment, and we would have provided both a capital expansion memo or memorandum, as well as a 5-year forecast, which again is customary and is submitted with this current application. As I understand it, is to give some indication of what the company's investment plans would be. But more importantly, I suppose, would be to have an indication of what the returns are likely to be, or the financial performance of the company is likely to be in following years, if the rates that are being applied for are approved. The rates, however, are based on a historical year, 2008, and the financial performance in a historical year where you actually have results adjusted for known and measurable that can be reviewed.
Okay. Now you talk about projected so that there can be assessment as to likelihood based on the rate that was granted. Is that to determine an element of what your likely earning will be?
That is correct, yeah. So as I just mentioned, the rates that are being applied for would be on the basis of the financial performance in a historical year. And when you give a 5-year forecast and an outlook, what you do is you apply those rates and show what the outcome would be in terms of return for the company and general financial performance over the following 5 years. We show it both without rates and with rates, so that you can see the impact that the rates will have, and most importantly, you're able to get a sense, if rates are granted, what the impact would be.
Okay. Now you've heard today that costs associated with planned investments were included in the rate approved by the Commission in 2009 in terms of the 2010 decision. Is that true?
No, that is not correct.
Within that decision, is there any element of the cost of what you projected in terms of your expansion plan within the decision? Were there any elements of cost in that decision?
There may be, as in our current application for the test year, adjustments for known and measurable costs. Typically, those would be things that you expect to come into service within 12 months of the application, or that and that you have contractual obligations for, so fairly known and certain. But beyond that, no.
Okay. So by this decision, was the applicant ordered to make any particular investment?
No, that would certainly not part of the order, the last rate decision.
Okay. Where circumstances change post a Commission rate review decision and a particular forecast or planned investment reference in that application is no longer practical as assessed by you or prudent as assessed by you, what is your obligation as you view it?
Well, our obligation in those circumstances would be to reassess and evaluate based on current market conditions and current circumstances what appropriate investments or what appropriate adjustments need to be made to the plan, and to execute on those and put those in place. And we have done that, historically as a company before the last rate case. Since the last rate case, we do expansion plans, we do integrated resource planning studies that we'll probably spend a bit of time talking about over the next few days. And coming out of those assessments, the prudent thing to do is to assess, reassess, and make adjustments as market conditions vary.
So I take it from that answer that slavish compliance with a expansion plan is not what you consider to be prudent.
It wouldn't be prudent, it wouldn't be responsible of us if we stuck to a plan with conditions changing and not make any adjustments.
You mentioned that the FTC made a determination on the rate of return in 2010, just for the record. What was that decision?
In 2010, the decision was weighted average cost of capital of 10%, return on rate base of 10%.
And what is the rate of return experienced by the applicant in the last financial year?
In the last financial year, it would have been around, it was 3%, 3.01%, yeah.
And in the test year?
In the test year, after adjustments, it would be 3.31%.
And over the last 3 years, what would be your average rate of return?
Average would have been just around 5%.
Okay. We do agree with the concept raised in here about looking back to come forward. So let's look at what has happened with the company post the 2010 decision. Can you give me the highlights of your operations post 2010?
Sure. So just leading up to that decision in 2010, the major investment that we would have made as a business would have been what you see in our application documents as a low-speed B station. That, prior to the Clean Energy Bridge, would have been the major generation investment that we made, and at the time, that was installed back in 2005. It would have been part of certainly one of the drivers behind the rate pressure that we would have experienced as a business leading into the application that was made in 2009. At that time, the rate case plans were made based on, or our plans were largely based on fossil fuel. So some were mentioned today by the interveners. We did identify the need for, or requirement for, some additional generation, fossil fuel specifically generation expansion. And we put plans in place to do that, started the development of that work. However, the market started to go through some significant transformation from as early as the implementation of rates in 2010. In fact, we would have, there was some persons in the room might recall a Sustainable Energy Framework for Barbados study that was financed by the IDB. I believe work on that would have started around that time, certainly early part of that period when rates were issued. And there was significant discussion and dialogue around the future energy mix for the island. There were quite a number of stakeholders calling for, very aggressive transformation from fossil fuel to renewables. Some of the sentiments expressed here today, for example, by Lieutenant Colonel Brown about not investing in any more fossil fuel, those were some of the sentiments that we were hearing from some stakeholders at the time. And certainly we started to see the changes in the transition and the calls by stakeholders for that transition. So, and that would have set us off on a path of, certainly within the utility, we would have conducted the first integrated resource plan that would have been done on the island. Back then, we started in 2012. And that took quite a while, longer than we had anticipated. In fact, I think we published the report not until 2014, and part of that was because it was as complex as it was, and things were changing so rapidly, and the level of stakeholder consultation that was required meant that it took a while to get that, to do justice to it and get the consultations done. Also, what happened during that period is that a number of projects would have been announced, most notably around 60 megawatts of new waste to energy and biomass capacity would have been identified by the then government for installation. And actually that slowed us down in publishing our last report, because we were then, once that became public and the information on those projects were communicated publicly by the government at the time, we were asked by the FTC to force the 60 megawatts into that integrated resource plan, which we did. And so we had projects being announced. Those are non-fossil fuel, of course, so in alignment with the calls for the transition from fossil fuel to renewable energy, and so we had to take those seriously and into consideration. During those early years, we had as far back as then started to signal the need for addressing the license situation with the company or franchise, which expires in 2028. And of course, we identified with government that given the nature of our investments and that they oftentimes span periods of over 20, 30 years, as Mr. Wendt has indicated today for some types of equipment, the fact that the license or the franchise was expiring by 2028 meant that we needed to take steps to address that. It's particularly in an environment where things are changing so dramatically. So we initiated and started to call for those discussions. Of course, it's taken a long time, and we still haven't actually addressed it up to this point. Still awaiting final decisions in relation to those licenses. But that process started back then. Of course, one of the decisions in the last rate case would have been the renewable energy rider, which at the time we had applied for as a pilot project. Back then because we had installed our first grid-tied renewable system in 2000, I believe it was, so more than 2 decades ago. With that system, it had given us information over the first decade that we used to build a renewable energy rider pilot. And we introduced the program. It was approved by the Commission in 2010, put that in place, and that actually is a precursor to the renewables that we have on the grid today. That was succeeded by the feed-in tariff program. So we started with the renewable energy rider on a pilot basis. It was made permanent. Then we had the FIT, or the feed-in tariff program. And it was tremendously successful. We had to make adjustments along the way, again, discussions with stakeholders. But that now has resulted in us having 63 megawatts. I think when we wrote the application, we indicated 47. It's actually 63 today, so it continues to grow. And it accounts for a significant, we're in double digits now, over 10% of our energy on an annual basis, based on the most recent months, is from solar PV, which puts us in the top tier in the world. We perhaps, I don't know for certain, but Australia, I think, is around 16%. So I think we're probably somewhere in that top 10 type of range. So really successful program, and a lot, I think, as an island, because that involved decisions by the regulator, policies by the government, execution by the utility that we should be proud of. So that was a significant trend over the period that we would have seen. And then with the changes that we were seeing at the time, and I just spoke to it in your previous question, we had to look at our investment plans carefully and determine what was prudent given the trends and the discussions we were having at the time with the various stakeholders. And coming out of that, we had to make some decisions. So we did make significant investments over the period between rate cases. We invested in solar PV, 10 megawatts at Trents. And that plant was commissioned a few years back and has been in service, and that delivers fuel savings as a solar plant. So anything it produces displaces what would otherwise have been produced by a fossil fuel plant. In addition to the solar plant, we would have installed infrastructure that begins to set the grid up for, we hear a lot about smart grids and so on. So we began to invest in equipment and grid modernization that would facilitate the transition to renewables and the integration of customer-owned renewables onto the network, facilitate the very 63 megawatts we have today. And we continue to do that and need to make more going forward to continue that trend. So we changed out our meters. We put smart meters in, or advanced metering infrastructure, AMI, that you see in various parts of the application. We'd have invested in things like distribution automation, which are switches on the network that, again, are smart switches. They detect when there are situations or faults in particular areas and can isolate those areas to avoid a fault becoming more major on the network. We invested in a fairly sophisticated geographic information system, which is a way of managing our assets by geographic locations, so where are all the poles, where are the transformers, where are the lines, things like that. We have graphically and can very quickly visualize and see where something is on the network we have to address an issue. In fact, we use that along with mobile workforce, which was another investment we would have made that allows our crews, when they're in the field, to use tablets rather than the old books and have to search for assets using a book and so on. And all of those things help us improve productivity as well over that period. But most importantly, it's about setting us up for the transition that's taking place in the smart grid that we're aiming to have in place going forward. From a regulatory standpoint, we recognize the need to, beyond just the routine rate applications that we're making now, we recognize the need to look at things a little differently from a regulatory standpoint, and we made applications in areas such as a clean energy transition rider, which is a separate matter, not for the rate case, but that was put in as an application to facilitate investments that are required between rate cases for the purpose of facilitating the clean energy transition. We put applications in over the period for hedging, which again we did on behalf of customers to help or assist with managing the volatility in fuel prices. We would have applied more recently for customer energy saving financing mechanism. The aim of that, and we similar to the renewable energy rider that was done on a pilot, we put that in on a pilot basis to see how we can develop a larger program to on-bill financing for renewable energy and energy efficiency initiatives that customers may wish to take going forward. While all of that was happening, we also started to have discussions with government on the market reforms, market restructuring, and energy policy. They just, really through from 2010 all the way to very recently, there were regular consultations and discussions around what the energy policy for the island should look like. What should we be targeting in terms of renewables? And so there were a lot of discussions there. And more recently, we would have had, revisions to the Electric Light and Power Act. We would have had energy policy and draft under the last government, and then under the current government, a finalization of that identified specific objectives for the sector by 2030. And it also informed further work that was done to reform the market itself. And so the market began to restructure in a way where the last change on the Electric Light and Power Act would have facilitated the provision of up to 5 licenses for the sector. So whereas we would have had a single franchise in the past to generate, transmit, distribute, and sell electricity, the new changes to the Electric Light and Power Act would have allowed for licensing in 5 distinct areas: generation, storage, transmission and distribution, sales, and dispatch. And along with that change in legislation, we would have commenced some negotiations with government in relation to organizing ourselves in a way that aligned with the way those new licenses, the way the new market is designed and structured. That has not been completed, like I say, not finalized yet, but we've done quite a lot of work and essentially would have accepted some drafts that were shared with us from a licensing standpoint. The most recent development was mentioned earlier, the Clean Energy Bridge, most recent investment that we would have made during that period. The Clean Energy Bridge came into service just at the end of June, so the first full month would have been July. The first set of results we would have seen in August in terms of the fuel saving benefits. That investment, the work around that investment, so some of identified before, we talked about building plant as far back as, new fossil fuel plant as far back as the last rate case. Immediately after that last rate case, we started work on developing the site and prepared plans, submitted to town planning, So quite significant amount of development work had taken place back in 2010. That would have allowed us to move very quickly when we finally got approvals in 2019 to move forward with that investment. And that plant is now in service. Another major initiative that we took during the period would have been a look at our costs, a close examination of our costs. We conducted a re-engineering exercise around 2015, 2016. And in that exercise, we looked at, the focus was really on customers facing activities and processes, but it was a little bit broader than that at the end of the exercise. And coming out of that, we were able to identify ways to manage expenses in the business. And that is important because between rate cases, the expectation is that we manage our expenses and not have to come running back to ratepayers whenever things may not look as great as we would want it to be, or you may not be earning the approved earnings. The responsibility is on us to ensure that we are managing as prudently as possible. Someone mentioned it earlier in the opening statements. We certainly did that over the period, which did allow us to avoid having to come back for 12 years. In fact, our expenses in the last rate case, if you take out fuel, depreciation, taxes, our expenses were just around the same as slightly more than they are, again with depreciation and fuel excluded. Fuel moves up and down. Depreciation actually went up, and that would have gone up because of the investments we made over that period. So there's been a lot of activity, a lot of churn. The market has been moving towards cleaner energy quite rapidly. And we have along the way done what any responsible utility would do. We've consulted with stakeholders. We've participated in the consultations that other stakeholders have had, like government in terms of energy policy. And we've done our best to facilitate and continue to do so achievement of the national energy policy goals by 2030. I would say that it hasn't been perfect. When you're moving quickly and you have very ambitious goals, you may not get it perfect all along the way. And it's definitely new for us, the regulator, for stakeholders, BRIA and others out there. But we have, we've achieved quite a bit and a lot to be proud of as an island.
My apologies. You've detailed substantive works investment over this 10-year period. What value are we talking about since 2010?
So since 2010, or since the last rate case, we would have invested around $774 million in investments, in capital investments. We've grown the business by over $280 million over that period. $544 million, as mentioned earlier this morning, was the rate base at that last rate case, and we're now around, in our current application, 825. And that's in 2020, it's grown since 2020, as we know, with the other investments like the Clean Energy Bridge.
Okay. So in the context of that growth, those investments, one thing you didn't speak to in terms of your 2010 period, how would you describe sales during the last 10 years?
Our sales have been essentially flat, slightly maybe minus 0.1, minus 0.2%, something like that I think is in the application, but more or less flat since the last rate case.
Okay, so you're talking about substantial investment in an atmosphere of substantially flat,
That's
basically
correct.
negative sales.
Flat sales, I would characterize, yeah.
In terms of this conjunction of events, when would you say that the applicant first identified a need to seek a revision of rates?
We would have, in 2019, we identified that there would be a need for an adjustment based on what we were seeing at that time, as well as what we were forecasting would happen. And as a precursor, we submitted, I think 2019, we would have submitted a notice to the commission that our intent to complete and submit a depreciation study, which is generally a precursor to the full rate application. Normally settled ahead of time, not on this occasion, but 2019 would have been when we made that determination, and then since then on a few occasions. So the plan was as far back as then to apply, but then there were events in 2020. Of course, we were all aware of the COVID situation, the pandemic, and after discussions with key stakeholder government, we had decided to hold, or agreed to hold on that occasion. In 2019, actually, when we first discussed internally making the application, that was when we, in a very serious, major way, discussions around the table with government started on the licensing. And the introduction of the new market framework and discussions around that started as well. And so coming out of those discussions, there was an ask by government, given that the market was in the process of being restructured and we were doing the negotiations on licensing, we were asked to consider, holding on that occasion. Then we went into 2020, and the circumstances around the pandemic, economic circumstances that resulted from that, with discussions that we were having, we were asked to hold, and we did. And again, then a third time that I recall would be in 2021, certainly the early part of 2021. Things didn't start to pick up as was hoped in 2020 with the pandemic, but compounding that would have been the ashfall, then the lightning storm, and then the hurricane, and so we held as long as we could, even during that period, but then it came to a point where we felt as a business, and you'll see in the information that we've shared, it wouldn't be responsible of us as a company and as persons having responsibility for an essential service like electricity to allow the finances to deteriorate any further. And so at that point, we would have applied ultimately then in early October.
So you're referencing 3 occasions that you would have chosen to delay an application based on your interaction with stakeholders.
That is correct, yeah.
Okay, so you said in 2019 we identified this need. Specifically, what were the elements informing that assessment?
Well, at the time, it would have been the financial indicators, certainly for the business. And as I mentioned earlier, we have seen, as we had projected, the fall in returns for the business over that period, well below what would have been approved by the regulator. Some of the, apart from the decline in our returns, though, we saw, we were faced with rising inflation and higher costs. While it is true that during the test year we saw a precipitous fall in sales, that was more or less the really only anomaly that we saw in that year. A lot of our other costs continued to rise. Inflation, unfortunately, supply chain, global issues meant that our costs and our expenses were still upward pressure on those that we would have needed to manage. Things like cost of critical spares for the business, the lead times for getting equipment, and oftentimes with longer lead times came higher costs as well. Things like lubricating oil prices would have gone up over the period, and so increasing challenges from a cost perspective, from a financial performance perspective. We saw some slippage, and well, more recently, as we approach today, then we start to see the potential impact or the impact on cash flows. And we would have, through the interrogatory, shared information on that in our projections through to the end of the year as well. So those were some of the things that we started to see during that period.
Okay, so having made that decision to defer, and within the context of the environment that you have detailed, what would you say has been the knock-on effect in terms of your operations?
So the knock-on effect, the consequences essentially is that we would have had to, certainly in the first instance, make some decisions in relation to our expansion or capital program. We have had to, if I think more recently, like this year, because we're going through that process now, we have had to defer some capital programs that we identified during our budgeting process last year. So to date, for example, we've deferred, our budget for this year would have been 160 million capital budget. We've deferred about 70 million of that. And the impact, when we make those decisions, we don't make them lightly, of course. We look at prioritizing in a way where the projects that we must do are the ones that are related immediately to safety and reliability of the service that we provide. And those go to the very top and are at the top of our priority list. And the ones that we would more likely defer and would make up the ones that the 70 million, for example, would be things along the lines of maybe more long-term benefits to the grid. So I talked about things that, for example, facilitate the transition to renewable energy, some of the infrastructure we need to put in place. Those don't have an immediate impact, but they do impact the speed with which we make the transition going forward. So we have to, like any other business in the economic circumstances, make those types of decisions, those are some of the consequences would be delays on the capital program, but also costs, because what we've seen and what's been happening, especially with supply chain challenges these days, is that when you defer something, the costs don't stay static. So when you do eventually commit or sign a contract for something, if you do it 2-3 months down the road, there's a good chance the costs may change. Things like transformers, they've been moving up in price. The other implication is, I mentioned delays, but it's not proportional delays either. Because of what we're seeing from a supply chain standpoint, a delay on the front end of 1 month may actually mean a delay of 3 or 4 on the back end, because of the way the supply chain is working and some of the challenges that we've been seeing in recent times in particular. So to summarize, really, it's in the area of costs, in the area of speed of being able to implement policy, and speed of transition would be the main consequences.
Okay, and linked to what you've just detailed, so that the Commission and parties understand, what do you foresee as the consequences of not receiving the requested rate adjustment?
Well, more of that. So, our ability to invest, attract capital, to make the investments we've identified would be impacted. Raise debt, for example, and raise it at reasonable rates. We would have more likely see more deferrals and in implementation of our plans. Taken to extreme, like I say, you prioritize things, but taking it to extreme, you could have implications for quality of service as well over the longer term. But that for us, we want to avoid reliability issues at all costs as a business. And so every effort is made internally to make sure that when we take those decisions, that we prioritize carefully to avoid that at all costs.
Would have detailed general investments over the 10-year period. Can you highlight specifically for the technically challenged like myself, which of those relate specifically to government's policy in terms of renewable energy?
Quite a few of them. I mentioned a few of them already. So the RER initiative would have, sort of been the launch pad, certainly for customer-owned renewables in the prosumer that was mentioned earlier. We would have, as a business, introduced our 100-100 vision. That was somewhat of a precursor even to the current energy policy. We had been talking about 100% renewable energy and 100% electrification for the island for some time, albeit with slightly longer target dates. But that would have been a vision that we introduced maybe around 2015 or 2016. So our 100-100 vision was introduced. We drafted PPA templates a few years back, and I know we're going through a process now of finalizing those and working with potential independent power producers. But again, we had taken a stab or a first step at that a few years ago and shared templates and had some initial discussions with the developers and with the commission. I mentioned the solar plant. We invested in that solar plant a few years back at the time, and it continues today to be the largest in the Eastern Caribbean. It was the first at the time as well when we made that investment. We invested in battery storage, or energy storage system, a 5 megawatt, 21 megawatt hour system in 2018. I think that was commissioned. And as part of that too, we made an application. I didn't mention it earlier when I talked about regulatory submissions that we would have made, but we did make an application for that battery as well. And we're successful in getting that approved, and we put it in place. Distribution automation I mentioned earlier, again, a critical part of our transformation and grid modernization going forward in terms of managing reliability and responding quickly when outages occur on the system. And that continues today with the installation of DA switches, distribution automation switches on the network. We invested in smart meters and more or less converted almost all of the meters on the island to new smart meters. More important than the smart meters themselves is the underlying digital communication infrastructure that you have to build before you can put a smart meter in. And I say that because that is really the foundational element of a smart grid and the smart grid transition. So yes, we've done the meters, we've put those in, but very importantly, we have that underlying communication infrastructure that will facilitate or other layers of smarts on the network as we go forward. We applied for the Clean Energy Transition Rider to facilitate timely cost recovery between rate cases, particularly for investments focused on clean energy and energy efficiency transitions. We applied for the customer energy financing program, which would be a form of on-bill financing that customers could access. The rationale or the thinking there is that if a customer identifies a renewable energy or energy efficiency initiative that will bring savings in terms of reduction in their electricity costs, they could use those reductions via their bill to pay for that, or part of those reductions to pay for the investment itself. And so that on-bill financing program we developed jointly. Actually, we were approached by CARICOM, I believe it was, and there was a grant that they had and some consultants working with them that identified that program.
Okay, you have heard, and it is obvious, a major element and consideration for all the interested parties is that of cost to consumer. In the context of these past 11 years, what are the efforts and the actions taken by the applicant as it relates to containing electricity prices?
So a few that I've mentioned before, but we'll repeat. One, a major one would have been the re-engineering exercise that referenced earlier, and some of the interveners have referenced in their opening remarks. we would have undertaken that back in 2015, completing in 2016. And that looked at processes across the business and sought ways to improve our productivity. And so coming out of that, we were able to improve some processes and realize cost savings. And as I mentioned earlier, that has allowed us, been a large part of allowing us to defer, come in for rates for as long as we have. We applied for fuel hedging. Again, that is, we applied for fuel hedging simply as a means of trying to control volatility in fuel prices. Fuel, of course, is a pass-through with the fuel clause adjustment for customers. We applied on 3 occasions. On the last occasion, we'd have gotten a decision that we're still working through with the regulator. When we applied at the last time, fuel prices were significantly lower than they are today. They were in the order of maybe between $30 and $40. And we had made that application on that last occasion on the prompting of the Prime Minister at the time. Had mentioned it in Parliament as something that we needed to look at. And we swiftly moved thereafter to develop an application and put it in. Had we, incidentally, because prices were so low at the time, prices today are maybe in the order of $90. I haven't checked it this morning, but maybe 3 times where they were around that period. And that would have allowed us to save quite a bit on the fuel charge had we been able to move earlier on that occasion. The 10 megawatt solar farm I've mentioned already, that saves in terms of fuel costs. The battery also saves. Of course, we use part of the battery fuel savings to pay for the batteries themselves. And the Clean Energy Bridge, the recent investment there has resulted in fact, we saw, at the end of August, with the first full month of operation in July, we would have seen, the benefits of that in terms of reduced fuel clause adjustment at that time as well. So, incidentally, we continue to be, among the lowest in the region in terms of our overall electricity costs. We're near the bottom on a base rate basis, as you'll see in some of the information we've shared in interrogatories. And even when you add fuel, we're in the bottom half. And even when you add the rates that we're applying for now, we remain, among the lowest in the region. And that's partly because of fuel savings that we are achieving from the investments that we're paying for through the rates. So on a net basis, we continue to be, certainly compare very favorably with our peers in the region in that regard.
Okay. Based on the interrogatories received and even referenced in some of the opening statements that we would have heard from the interveners, a matter of particular concern was the decision during the 11-year period post the last application to extend the life of the steam plant. Can you explain the rationale for the applicant in terms of making that decision?
Sure. Yeah. I mentioned some of them a little earlier, but maybe pulling the pieces together. So we do, on an annual basis, review and revise as necessary our investment plans. In terms of the steam and the decision around the steam plant, we would have had to take into consideration at that time the changing market structure, market environment that we were facing, and the calls by even some maybe in the room not to, reluctance to put fossil fuel in and build clean energy plants. And so that trend started, as I mentioned earlier, as far back as right in the wake of the last rate case. And so that would have been one element. We also, during that period, between 2012, 2014, that sort of period, 2011 to 2014, have a number of projects come on the scene and discussions start. One would have been biomass, and that would have been started with discussions looking at biomass at Buckley, and then it went to Andrews. Today, Andrews is still out of service and boarded up because the intent there was to convert that plant to a major biomass facility. And in parallel with that development, and that went on for many years of discussion, and then eventually, work did start to decommission that site to build a power plant, but it hasn't materialized. In parallel, there were discussions around waste to energy. Everybody remembers the Cahill, and eventually, agreements were announced. Information had been shared with us, and on the prompting of the commission, we did insert those projects into our plans. But that created a bit of churn. And we recall all the discussions and debate around some of those projects, and so that certainly would have been an element that created some challenge and uncertainty in the market, because clearly we wouldn't want to build capacity and have fossil fuel in particular at a time where many stakeholders are saying you need to transition to clean energy and stop this fossil fuel thing. But more importantly, you have projects actually being announced and agreements being, notice being given for agreements. You don't want to have a plant build a fossil fuel plant, and then have it sitting there stranded, and has, customers paying for something that ultimately may not be needed, because there are other things that are earmarked to come on stream.
So, put this in context for me. You made reference to a biomass project at Andrews, and you made reference to Cahill.
Yeah.
What are we talking about in terms of total
Capacity.
capacity?
So those were about 60 megawatts, memory serves me, 60 megawatts of capacity.
And what is your peak load requirement in terms of
Right
capacity?
now it's about 140, I mentioned a little early, megawatts, so quite a significant chunk of would be a significant portion.
So between those two, you were talking about 60 megawatts out of 140.
Out of a peak demand, out of a peak demand that now is around 140. It was probably, I'd have to, around that time. It's changed over time, and it declined in COVID years. It's on the way back. But it's roughly around 140 megawatts. Roughly.
It was significant.
It was significant, a significant portion. And actually, now you mentioned, as you talk about the peak demand, sales during that period, as I mentioned earlier, wouldn't have been nowhere near what was projected in the rate case as well, or considered in the investment plan. Our sales actually remained, as I've indicated and has been presented in the information, has remained flat over the period and not grown as contemplated when that investment plan would have been created back then. So sales would have been a factor. The Electric Light and Power Act and the discussions and consultations leading up to the changes with the Act, anticipated reforms with the electricity market that I mentioned earlier, all of those would have created quite a lot of churn and uncertainty.
So when you made the decision, you were looking at, and you've spoken earlier about circumstances change, you were looking at a changed regulatory environment as it relates to fossil fuel plant investment. You were looking at a committed government policy being reflected in projects that were going to provide a substantive part of your electrical need. How much megawatts were we looking for from that contemplated investment in the 2009 application?
I can't recall in terms of installed capacity, can't recall the figure off the top of my head right now, but again, it would have been the expansion, the projects that were not initially included would have been a significant portion of the total.
So when you took this decision, was this a unilateral consideration?
And at the time, we consulted with key stakeholders. We would have had meetings and some correspondence between 2012 and again in 2014 when those decisions were made. We certainly had meetings and correspondence with the Commission. So
What you said, you had correspondence with the commission.
yeah,
In terms of the general consensus between you and interested stakeholders, how was that decision assessed?
so during the integrated resource planning process, we would have had substantial, discussion and dialogue with stakeholders at that time. And what we would have shared and communicated certainly is that you have to be, you don't want to install something that potentially could become stranded and increase costs for customers. If you install or make an investment and build capacity that ultimately is not required, or that is replaced by something else in a period before its full life is completed, then you run the risk of a stranded asset that still needs to be paid for, as well as whatever is built on the renewable side. So we would have shared and communicated the rationale for that with stakeholders, most importantly with the commission, and the rationale for the decisions we were making at the time. The other element of uncertainty, of course, I mentioned earlier, would have been the franchise. Again, these are long-term investments, and that would have been created a level of uncertainty for us in the market as well.
Now, another matter of interest and has been high on the agenda of a number of the parties is the question of the self-insurance fund. So what I would like to do is start at the beginning and come forward so that all parties understand. So speak to the rationale for the creation of the self-insurance fund.
Just before answering that, there's something I forgot to mention in the previous response, and that is in relation to the work that we would have done. So even though we would have made those adjustments, we continued with the development work in the event that we still needed to resort back to fossil fuel plant. And eventually we did, which is the Clean Energy Bridge. And so we would have, as far back as 2010, as I mentioned earlier, would have submitted town planning application. We would have done work over the years in developing it. And so we put things in place, nonetheless, even with the environment as it was, to be able to move and react very quickly if conditions again change, as it did, and has led to the commission of the new plan. So I just wanted to mention that as well. Could you repeat the last question?
Certainly.
Yeah.
We are referencing the matter of the self-insurance fund. And I believe in assisting the interveners and consumers in terms of what has occurred and what it actually is. Can you first speak to the rationale of its setup?
So we established of course, insurance is a necessary, prudent tool, financial tool in the business, like any other business. And in the early 90s, the company, like many other utilities, would have experienced challenges acquiring insurance, commercial insurance, at reasonable prices for our transmission and distribution network. What would have led to that at the time would have been experiences with hurricanes in the region and in North America that led the insurance market, to perceive risks as being very high, and in fact they are. And so commercially available insurance for our wires, poles, wires, the T&D, transmission and distribution aspect of the business became not available on reasonable terms. And so at that time, the shareholder would have made a decision to establish first a fund, and then a few years later a trust. I think the fund was first established in '93, and then the trust in '98 would have been formally established to insure those T&D assets that we couldn't otherwise insure, and also later on to cover deductibles for other insurance in the business. At that time, the insurance costs had grown significantly over what had been determined and included in our rates from the 1983 decision. Back in 1983, our insurance costs were in the order of $700,000+. By the time we established the self-insurance fund and then trust, insurance costs had grown to more than sixfold to $4.5 million. So the insurance costs had grown substantially, and the shareholder made a decision at that time when we needed to set aside money for insuring those T&D assets to do so at a time where insurance costs would not have been included, the contemplated costs would not have been included in the rates.
Okay, so pause there so I understand. You're saying in 83, there was an element of insurance costs within the rate,
That's right.
but that insurance cost at that time as reflected was,
Would have been in the order of 730,000, somewhere in that region, less than $1 million.
less than $1 million. So when, and by the time you were talking about the setup of the insurance fund some 10 plus years later,
Yeah,
you're talking about $4.5 million.
correct. In 93, it was around 4.5 million, somewhere again in that vicinity. So
You never felt the need during that time to come back to the commission to ask for a rate increase relative to that change in costs you were carrying?
I wasn't around in that. I was in school short time
You're in
probably, but the
But the applicant didn't.
the applicant didn't. No.
When
So
I say you,
I know. I just
you take on the fall.
So we no, we would not have come back at that time for rates. Like I mentioned before, between rate cases, as a business, we do everything possible to manage our costs. Insurance is one of those costs, and certainly that would have been a consideration, and the effort would have been made back then, just as we have done today with some of the decisions that we've made that allowed us to avoid having to come for rates.
Okay. So
Until 2010, because that was 2010 was the next time after 1983.
So you, in 1993, you make the decision in terms of the setup of this fund, such that you can safeguard your assets. The money for the setup of this fund, from what you were saying to me, is not coming from rates at this time.
At that time, the money would have been coming from that would have been money that otherwise would have been earned by the shareholder or dividend to the shareholder.
So a choice is made in 1993 that element of return earnings will be set aside for the purposes of an insurance fund.
That is correct, yeah.
And at that point where you're talking about 4.5 million in insurance costs, the element that would have been carried under the rate was just over 700,000.
That's correct. Yeah. That's correct.
Okay. So what's the present status of the fund?
In at the end of August this year, it would have been 28 million US or thereabout.
Now, reference has been made to a payout of the fund. I believe by my good friend, Lieutenant Colonel. Can you explain what informed that decision?
Yes, we periodically review the fund for adequacy, look at what the risks are involved and what it is covering to determine its adequacy. And that in 2015, an assessment was done that determined that the fund was overcapitalized, and coming out of that determination, the amount of overcapitalization was returned to the shareholder and the fund right-sized for the risk that it was covering.
Okay. So that assessment, you said, was done by?
That would have been done with the assistance of external insurance experts, as well as work done internally by our asset management team, folks who would have, knowledge and experience with the business and the risks as well. But we would have had an external insurance expert do an assessment on that occasion of the risk. One of the other things that informed us, or informed the business at the time, we would have had hard experience within the business with hurricane impacts across the region and impacting some of our assets. And so we were able to leverage that knowledge and expertise, seeing what actually has happened in our territories and others where there have been impacts, and use that at that time to assess the risks and determine what an adequate size of the fund should be.
So let's make it clear in the context. The fund as presently constituted in terms of value.
It was determined to, as presently constituted, it was adequate. At the time, it was overcapitalized by the order of 100 million. And so it was brought down by 100 million to reflect the risks that were assessed by our independent consultants for the T&D network. And so it was right-sized at that time based on that assessment that was done. And we have experience across the business. I mean, over that period, we've had the first hurricane in 60 plus years last year. And so we know, have a sense of what the implications and the impacts would be. And we had Thomas back in the same year of the last rate increase. And so those would have, in the order of, I think, $1.5 million US, I think, on each occasion. And so the fund certainly covered those issues, and we determined is appropriately sized for the risk that we face.
So with two actual incidents in terms of not just region, but Barbados-wide, you are in a position based on the present fund value to deal with multiple incidents in any one year based on that experience.
Yes, a repeat of what we've seen in recent times.
The other element that has been raised in a number of interrogatories is the choice of test year. 2020 as the test year for this application. Again, can you speak to the rationale informing that choice?
Yes, the test year 2020, so in the past, as mentioned earlier, we have used historical test years. 2020 at the time of filing would have been the year closest in proximity to the time of filing with full financial information. And so we would have appropriately, we believe, chosen that year as reflective of a typical year for us going forward. There's an anomaly acknowledged in relation to sales, and the way we sought to address that is to look at our forecasts. And so we presented in the application a forecast that shows sales in 2021, 2022, a 5-year forecast. And actually what we've seen is that forecast being fairly representative of what has actually taken place, within 2% or less than 2% error on the numbers that are shown there, which I'm told is by the economists is a reasonable margin of error. And as shown, and like I said, the anomaly there is really around sales. The rest of our costs as a business and so on are not anomalous for that period. So
okay. Again, the choice of test year, would you have liaised with the commission relative to making that choice?
Yeah, we did write to the commission, and the commission had agreed with the use of that test year, subject to review at this
rate here.
At this rate case. Yeah.
Okay. And you would have already linked that choice of and for note, obviously, test year is one of the issues
To be discussed.
To be discussed in this rate Now, you spoke of forecasts and that your forecasts were generally good by industry standards in terms. So I just want to clarify, in terms of the completed financial year 2021, based on actuals, are you saying that 2020 as a historical test year for the purposes of this application is representative?
Yes, yes, I am. And the forecast, even with the sales, the slight difference within that 2%, we're seeing still the need, there's no evidence of over-earning in 2021, for example, if rates that are applied for on the 2020 test year are granted. The 5-year forecast shows that over that period, in fact, we are not earning the full amount that is being asked for in the application. Or the rate of return, I should say, is not for that full 5-year period what is being asked for in the application.
Okay.
So in summary, basically, we chose 2020. It was the closest year in proximity to the time of filing. We couldn't choose 2029 or 2019. We didn't think that would be appropriate, given conditions at the time, as well as how far away from the time of filing it was. We didn't think it appropriate to choose a future test year because you'd have to, you don't have a full set of financials. So 2020 was the most appropriate in our opinion.
Okay, and also for clarity, the choice of 2020 as a historical test year also accords with the 2010 decision of the FTC in terms of what is best when we compare historical with projected?
Yes, that is correct. So in the 2010 decision, again, similarly, we used the year closest proximity to filing, which would have been 2008. The filing then was 2009. And the FTC would have approved, the Commission would have approved the choice of that test year and the choice of a historical test year on the same basis that we were applying for now.
Okay, and let's speak to the question. The choice of 2008 and for the 2009 application was questioned in the context of the economic uncertainty at that time. Is that a fair assessment as to some of the matters raised by interveners then?
Yeah, so back then there would have been discussion and debate around the appropriateness even then of choosing that test year. In the context of the economic situation and what was going on at that time, yes.
Okay, so similarly, relative to issues that may be facing the company presently.
That's right, yeah. Which is why the 5-year forecast is an important element of the submission.
But let's confirm, you say on the 5-year forecast, you do not have the expectation of meeting the requested rate of return?
We would certainly not projected to over-earn, and in fact, over that full 5-year period would come in under the return on rate base that we're requesting in this application.
Thank you, Mr. Blackman.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, at this time we will recess for lunch, and when we resume, we will cross-examine the witness. So we'll resume at 2 p.m.
Thank you.
As we resume, we will address a few questions to the witness from the Commission before we invite the public counsel and other interveners to ask some questions. And we will continue our examination of the witness after some of the others. But just some initial questions that we would like to ask before. And this is in particular Mr. Blackman in relation to the self-insurance fund. I note particularly that you would have made reference that you would have made in 1983 that your insurance cost was about 700,000 plus, which would have been established, which would have been included in the initial rate base, because I note you referred to 1983, and you would have indicated that the next rate hearing was in 2010, and that you note in particular that in 1993 that the insurance costs would have risen to about 4.5 million, this being a before tax costs as opposed to an after tax cost of insurance. I just would want you to indicate if the 2010 rate hearing or the rate review was an insurance also included in your cost base.
Yes, Chair. The 2010 rate, well, 2009 rate case, the insurance costs were included, including contributions to the SIF at that time.
Okay. And you would have established in 2015 you would have established prior to 2015 a self-insurance fund?
Yes, the same fund that would have been established in 1993, and then as trust, yeah, in 1998 would have been the same fund that exists today.
Okay. And currently, in terms of your self-insurance fund, could you explain whether the Barbados Light and Power self-insurance fund is eligible to be commingled with other EMIRA affiliates?
No, it isn't. It's for the purpose of insuring Barbados Light and Power assets.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Blackman.
Good afternoon.
Could you, I noticed you started when we spoke about the self-insurance fund, you went back to the beginning in 1983. Can you give us the current structure of the self-insurance fund? Who are the trustees under your deed of trustee, under your deed of trust? Who is the settlor? Who is the beneficiary of that trust?
The beneficiary would be Barbados Light and Power. The trustees currently are myself, Mr. Peter Williams, and Mr. Dave McGregor. What were the... Sorry, did that answer the full question?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Okay.
So the beneficiary is also the settlor of the trust, correct?
The beneficiary, well, I'm not sure I have the terms right in terms of settler of the trust.
The settlor is the person who settles the trust and turns over assets to the trust for there to be trust property. The beneficiary is the person who is entitled to the benefit of all assets in the trust.
Which would be Barbados Light and Power.
So my question to you now then, based on that, is how much of the monies in the trust come from BLPC and how much come from the rate base?
All of it comes from BLPC ultimately. So in the last rate case, we would have had an amount identified for contributions to, well, insurance generally, which included contributions to the SIF. Contributions would have been made up until I think it was around 2014. I can confirm that. But once we had identified that it was overcapitalized, we stopped making those contributions to the fund because it was adequately capitalized. So Barbados Light and Power contributes the money to the fund, and the trustees, of which I'm one of the three, we manage the fund with the assistance of investment manager, and under the investment policy that's established for the
This is
fund.
the arm's length investment manager.
Yes, RBC Dominion is our investment manager.
All right, so again, I just want to be clear. You said that the money comes from BLPC, but BLPC collects the money through the charges to the consumers, which are party rate based. So technically, some of the monies paid into the funds are money that you have collected from consumers as party rate based, correct?
Yes, all of the money, yeah.
So then my question is, because you said that you did a withdrawal to the shareholder. Well, trust me, I
return.
have a shareholder. And if none of the money came from BLPC itself, were they actually entitled to the totality of the withdrawal made out of the self-insurance fund, as none of the funds were put in by them, but rather came from the rate base?
So the funds were returned to the shareholder by BLPC. They were returned from the trust to BLPC. The question, I think, is in relation to where the money that went into the fund came from, whether it's from customers or from the shareholder. So just to recap, why I started in 1983 is just to look at the cost of insurance at that time that would have been built into rates.
I understand completely,
Yeah.
because my next question would be what, in relation to your insurance policy, what layers of your insurance coverage are covered by your self-insurance fund, and what layers of coverage are covered by third-party arm's length insurers?
The fund now covers the T&D assets completely, and it does cover as well over the years and I can't remember exactly when that change would have taken place, but it does cover the deductible on the commercial insurances as well. So it covers the entire T&D, and there's a definition which I can't recall the exact definition, but within a certain distance of substations and so on. And then there's a provision to cover potentially the deductible on the regular commercial insurances as well.
And this correlates with what the fund is supposed to cover under the Insurance Barbados Light and Power Company Self-Insurance Regulations 1998?
That is correct, yeah.
Because I'm still having difficulty in understanding if you collect the cost of insurance from the rate base, you pay into the fund, you invest that money with RBC Dominion Security, which earns interest because
That's right. Yeah,
you invest 60% outside of Barbados or 40% in Barbados.
yeah, in different.
What percentage actually comes from your shareholder into the fund that the totality of the withdrawal was returned to your shareholder?
Well, the full amount up to 2010 would have come from the shareholder, in our opinion, because
So let me just stop you there. Up to the acquisition by Emera, prior to that, BLPC was a publicly traded company in Barbados with a multiplicity of shareholders. So that initial funding would not have come from your current shareholder. So you
No.
could have to explain to me now their entitlement to the totality of the fund.
yeah, but they would have purchased the company and the shares, the equity in the company from the previous shareholder. So the ownership, yeah, you're all right, it would have been owned by shareholders prior to the transaction, prior to Emera's purchase of the company. But what Emera purchased was what the original shareholders would have owned. That transferred from the original shareholder to the new shareholder.
I don't think you've still answered my question in relation to their entitlement to the entirety of the fund if the monies paid into the fund did not directly come from the shareholder but came from the rate base.
Maybe I could take it from a different angle. The money that would have been paid in, it was included in rebate. I mean, everything that we receive, all of our revenue comes from customers at the end of the day. So everything that comes into the business comes from customers, all of our revenue. And out of that revenue, then there are certain costs that the business have, normal operating expenses, we have capital program, and then we have to service debt, and we have to service the equity that we have and the return on equity that we have in the business. The fund would have been money set aside by the shareholder in the 90s. And the reason it was set aside by the shareholder is because the amount that would have been included in rates was significantly lower than the actual insurance costs at that point in time. In fact, the insurance costs had grown sixfold. So there was an amount of money built into the rates from 1983, between 93 and 2010, that would have included and contemplated insurance costs, but nowhere near what it had grown to. So at the point where self-insurance was required, that money had to come from somewhere, and where it came from was the shareholder setting it aside in the interest of the utility and being able to manage in the event that there was a catastrophic hurricane. But
that's further to my point, Mr. Blackman. If the totality of the funds did not come from the shareholder, how did the totality of the withdrawal go to the shareholder? Because the withdrawal was made in 2015.
Right.
You included insurance in your rate base in the 2009 rate case. You continued to pay into the fund until 2015.
Right.
So I am a bit at a loss as to how the totality of the fund now belongs to the shareholder of BLPC.
Well, I did say it now belongs at the time between 1983 and 2010. What would have been in the fund would have been what the shareholders set aside. And previous shareholders and the shareholders who would have purchased those shares later on. From 2010, then the amounts that were earmarked and put aside and set aside into the fund and paid into the trust would have included ratepayer money. It would have been built into the rates from 2010 going forward, but it wouldn't have been prior to 2010 because at the time when it was established, you had already accounted for the $700,000 or so in insurance. Anything beyond that is money that would have gone otherwise, been paid as dividends or as a return to the shareholder.
No, I'm not quite sure I'm following because I understand what you're saying. However, it still goes to the fact that the totality of the fund did not come from the shareholder and no accounting was done in relation to what was put in by the shareholder and what was actually put in by the rate base. You still haven't shown me how the totality of the withdrawal solely belongs to the shareholder, especially as you invested that fund, earn interest on that money, and return that as well to your shareholder.
Right, but I may be misunderstanding the question because I feel like I've said the same thing over. But at the time when the fund was established, our insurance costs in the 93 when the fund was first set up would have been our total insurance costs, commercial, and then at that time, whatever needed to go into the fund. Of that total insurance cost, some of it was accounted for in the rate case, around $700,000, $730, I think, was the cost in 83. And the remaining $4 million, $3.8 million, or whatever account made up the whole insurance cost, both what we could get commercially and what we had to establish to insure T&D business. That additional amount would not have been built into rates, but it was set aside because there was a need that needed to be filled. And so that additional amount is what would have, that's the rationale essentially. That additional amount, not included in rates, was used to establish the fund. And yes, then it was invested and earned, but that was shareholder money that was contributed, set aside, invested and earned over that period.
And can you tell me, you said you got commercial insurance. Can you tell me what layers of coverage your commercial insurance covers?
The layers, so the commercial insurance covers everything else in the business that's not currently covered.
I mean, in relation to the amount covered by your self-insurance fund and then the amount of third-party insurance you've had to obtain cover for.
I don't have that at my fingertips right now, but I can get that for you.
And I know that in, I think it's 2015, you stopped paying into the self-insurance fund. Did you get an actuarial review in respect of your reserving requirements for any prior loss years and the fact that the fund was fully reserved?
not an actuarial report at the time. We would have had a report done by an insurance consultant. And that report would have looked at the risks associated with the TND. It would have looked at the value of the TND. And based on that assessment that was done and the risks that were identified and the value that would have to be replaced were we to have a significant event, the determination was made that it was overcapitalized. As I mentioned a little earlier as well, we would, within the business, have experience as well through our asset management teams across the group of companies, and certainly here in the Caribbean, with hurricane damages from other territories, like Dominica, Grand Bahama, and just generally in the region, but some of Emira's existing assets elsewhere in the Caribbean. So that experience and the knowledge that we gained through experience on the ground with hurricanes, plus the external consultant's report on, I think it was CGM Gallagher, it would have been the consultant speak, subject to correction. It would be in our interrogatories because we had a few questions on that. Based on their assessment, the determination was made that the fund was overcapitalized by $100 million. And so it wouldn't have been prudent for us to maintain it at that level and continue contributing to something that just would have been a cost that we would have to come back and ask for recovery on.
Have you ever had an actuarial review done of your self-insurance fund by a PNC actuary who will be able to tell you whether or not your fund is fully reserved?
We may have. I will have to check and let you know. We've done several studies over the period. In fact, we're doing one now, which is part of the periodic assessment.
But by an actuary?
I'm not certain. I will have to check.
And the estimated insurance cost that you've included in the rate base, has that been vetted by an actuary?
The estimated?
The insurance cost that you have included in the rate base in your application, has that been vetted by an actuary?
I am not certain. I would check and confirm that maybe after the next break. The assessments are done by a firm. Perhaps they have actuarial professionals on board in that firm, but they're typically, in our case, done by an insurance consultant who weigh the risks, present the reports, loss probability exceedances, and so on, and present that information to us. The makeup of the specific.
I understand that, but reserving requirements for anything to do with insurance are usually done by an actuary who's specifically trained in reserving requirements, what you will need to make any risks, pay out any premiums, what they should be, the appropriateness of those things. So it's a little concerning that you've been running a fund since 1983 and may or may not have had an actuarial review, whereas normally PNC companies are required to have an actuarial review once every 3 years and provide the same to the Financial Services Commission, who I know under the regulations you are also required to report to for your self-insurance fund.
And we do report to them. And again, I speak, being honest and saying that I'm not certain, I would need to check and confirm that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Blackman, we will return to you with some further questions, but at this time, I would invite public counsel to raise her cross-examination.
Mr. Chairman, I had a conversation with Mr. Wendt, and I also spoke with counsel for the applicant, and Mr. Wendt is prepared to cross-examine at this time, and I will reserve my right to cross-examine a little bit later if that's fine with the chair.
Noted. Barbados Renewable Energy Association, Mr. Wendt? No. Mr. Worm, sorry.
I've been called other names before. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks again, Chair, for giving us, Barbados Renewable Energy Association, the opportunity to find out a little bit more and to hopefully let Light and Power shed some light on some of the issues. Mr. Blackman, I'm going to try to focus on some of the strategic issues. When I say strategic, doesn't mean I'm not going to put a lot of effort, because there are a lot better people than I here that will talk about some of the legal aspects, some of the financial aspects. So I'm going to talk more about where you see we're going down the road with renewable energy, with a focus on that and some other things that I think are important. But before I do, something was mentioned by one of the interveners earlier about Light and Power, and it actually was the source of a couple of our interrogatories initially on safety. I know Light and Power has adopted a very important effort towards safety. And my question really on that is, because it was suggested that the change in focus has changed from customer focus to more of safety and financial focus. And I just wanted your comment on that, because I think that is an important place to start in terms of how this effort on safety has impacted your ability to serve your customers in a positive or a negative way.
Thank you for the question. Safety has always been important to the organization. Even at the time of the last rate case, I think we would have had ISO certification, which would have spoken to quality, and we would have been working on at that time on the safety element, safety and environmental, I believe. Can't recall exactly what the timing is, but it was in that period of 2010, just before or just after. So it's always been, for a long time, been a very significant focus of the organization. Of course, we work in a very high risk, high hazard sector, and therefore you would expect that we would have certain safety protocols and procedures, policies in place, and that certainly has been the case for quite some time. We have, since the last rate case, done quite a lot to build and enhance on what we had even back then. And we leveraged to a large extent the expertise that exists within the Emera group of companies. And we have what we refer to as 10 safety leadership elements and principles. We have training that's required in the business, so it certainly informs our training programs for staff to ensure that they're adequately and appropriately trained in the areas required to do the job safely. And we've introduced a number of initiatives, things like tailboards, where you have to identify hazards ahead of jobs, and certain assessments have to be taking place ahead of jobs, and certain reviews and audits are done periodically as well. And we do the audits, both independent audits, so we have independent auditors coming in to monitor our systems and processes, but we also do internal audits ourselves, and then we require within the organization that staff as well have certain targets to meet in terms of safety observations in the organization. And so that would have stepped up and increased over the last 12 years, and so is a critical and key element of how we operate and how we do things. I would say that it hasn't been to the detriment of our service to customers. I think you were asking to link it to our customer service. At the end of the day, safety is not just about us and our individual employees and their safety, but it's also about our customer safety, and that is a key aspect of the program as well. So public safety in relation to our business and its operations is certainly part of the focus and part of our communications as a business as well. And it is all about, strategically providing a safe, we talk about reliability quite a lot. I've talked about clean energy and that transition, but we say almost every time when we state those two things, we start with safety. So safe, reliable, and environmentally friendly supply of service, or decarbonized over time provision of services. So yes, it is a key element. It's not at the expense of other areas of focus in the business. In fact, in our performance-based program or balanced scorecard, we have safety as one element, finance, of course, is another element, customer is a third pillar, and sustainability sustainability and people would be two other pillars that we focus on strategically as a business, and we measure and set objectives for on an annual basis.
So you do not think it has affected the quality of service you're offering, but you're saying it has, in your view, has enhanced it to the betterment also of your employees and the general public? Yeah. Okay, because a lot of times people see that when you're performing safety measures, that there's a cost to it. There's obviously an apparent efficiency impact, because obviously you take a lot more time to do things, but the impact really you're saying is to improve.
Yeah, there's most definitely a cost associated with it, but there's also a cost associated, I suppose, with not doing it. And while that might not be something you see every day as a consequence, the one-off event, you just need one major incident or issue that could be very costly to the organization and the business. So it's not, sometimes you don't see it immediately, but it's an investment in safety and enhancing the safety culture that redounds to the benefit of the organization and our customers over the long term.
Okay, thank you. We are now in a big transition of our market, and your business model is going to change quite significantly. What savings are you expecting? Because right now we are looking at our rate, our revenue requirements and your rates based on 2020, where there was some renewable energy systems in place, but it's going to be applying to the future, where there's going to be a lot more of renewable energy systems and less generation. As you retire more renewable energy systems come on, things like PV, wind, energy storage, they're going to be, to some degree, taking over your generation plant. So your cost structure is going to change quite significantly. So on that basis, your whole model is changing. So what are some of the savings that you see that you're going to get out of that change, and what are some of the costs that you're going to have to incur to make that transition? And where does that balance find itself? Is it more savings, or what's your analysis on that you're going to have to be doing more in the future, and how do you reconcile that whole situation?
Thank you. So I'm going to deal with it maybe somewhat generally. I'll go as far as I can. I know that maybe one of my colleagues, when we deal with the capital expansion program and so on, can go into a little bit more detail about future costs and our forecast. But within our application, we would have a 5-year forecast that looks at what we anticipate our costs will be going forward. So we've communicated that. Generally, though, what I would say is that there's still quite a bit of uncertainty. I mentioned earlier that part of the market structure and market transformation involves a delineation of the various activities in the sector, possibly being licensed separately. And that I anticipate at a general level will have costs associated with doing so, because a lot of the activities are still going to be required. So we have legacy assets that are installed now that are included in the application, that many of which will have to run over the next 5 years while transition is taking place in the market. And those are identified and included in our forecast, and the costs associated with those are included there. Beyond that, which is the generation resources, we have then the other parts of the business, most notably the T&D side of the business, that will require ongoing investment and capital injection in relation to maintenance. But I think in addition to that, I think what you referenced would be that there are investments that we need to make there as well to facilitate the transition to renewable energy. We've identified some of those things in our capital memo, which we'll go into in more detail, one of the later witnesses. But some, for example, would be things like equipment. I use a technical term, synchronous condensers, but basically a piece of equipment that allows the grid to remain stable while you're taking out fossil fuel resources and putting in intermittent renewable resources which don't bring the level of stability that a traditional fossil fuel plant would have. So there are things like that. There are switches, like the automation, distribution automation switches that we need to invest in. In fact, that we are investing in, and that we need to continue to invest in going forward. And there are services that we will build on that foundational communication layer that I mentioned earlier, in relation to building out the smart grid, again, to be able to facilitate the changing way the infrastructure is used at the moment. In the past, it was built for central generation that fed out in arteries to customers. In the future, it will be a mesh network where the source of energy into the network is coming from thousands of places as opposed to 2 or 3 as would have existed in the past. And in order to achieve that, it requires some new design, new introduction of new equipment, and synchronous condensers is one, batteries is one going forward, although batteries isn't included in our application. Voltage regulating equipment, transformers typically do that for us, but you need to have different types of voltage regulating equipment and more sophisticated because of the greater complexity. So all of that falls in the bucket of what's called grid modernization. Much of it is explained in our capital expansion memo, which identifies some of the investments being made in the test year, as well as some of the investments expected going forward. And as I indicated, there is a 5-year forecast that goes direct to the heart of your question, what we anticipate, at least within the next 5 years, based on our assessments of the needs of the market. The one thing that is missing from that, I would acknowledge, is the costs of reorganizing or restructuring the business in whatever licensing regime is established and finalized at the end of the day. It isn't finalized yet, but the direction that is heading is one in which there's separation between the activities of generation, storage, transmission, distribution, sales, and dispatch. Those are all vertically integrated now in the business. The intent is to account and bundle those activities, set up a quasi-independent dispatch unit based on the new market structure. And we anticipate in the business, based on our assessment of it, that it will increase costs from an administrative standpoint, but those have not been included in the current application, which again is built on and designed around a historical 2020 test year where we actually know what the costs are at that point in time and adjusted for known and measurable differences.
So how do you see this impacting on customers then? Do you see that this increasing their costs, or do you see it reducing their costs in terms of what you're providing?
So the question is sometimes difficult to answer, because when you're looking at the future, you're making certain assumptions about what will happen in the future. If we were to take current oil prices, for example, a big part of the energy costs on the island now are fuel costs, because we were relying on fossil fuel for 98% of our generation. The rest is renewable. A key or large element of that fossil fuel generation is fossil fuel cost driven. And so to answer that question in terms of what will happen in the future, I have to make an assumption about what fuel prices would be, because I can build a plan around fossil fuel. I know what the cost is today, but I don't know what the cost will be tomorrow or next year or the year after that. What we could say, when we do our planning assessments, and again, my colleagues after me go into far more detail in that in their memos. When we do our assessments, we do make assumptions. We take direction from international agencies like International Energy Agency and their forecasts. So we don't create that ourselves. We rely on others and experts' forecasts. We use an assumption for fuel going forward, and then we do an assessment of what costs will be for different mixes of generation technologies. Assessments have been done as part by government in terms of coming up with the current national energy policy, and a determination was made in that policy, not just on cost as a criteria, but several of the criteria was identified there. So it's a multi-criteria approach to identifying the needs going forward. And a plan was determined and accepted and informed the policy in terms of objectives. That was not the least cost. It had an element of a premium on it to achieve other objectives, which is 100% renewables by 2030. So all of that to say that, and that was based on the fuel forecasts that were used. I can't give the specifics, but the direction was a slight premium for 100% renewables, satisfying other objectives beyond cost, which would be things like environmental, decarbonization, stability in pricing, because your assumption of fuel is still that is a certain value and it might not be that. We saw what happened in the last few months. So based on the assumptions in the studies, there's a premium on achieving 100% renewables. However, if oil prices were to double tomorrow, we would be singing a different song. That would actually be saving us money in the future compared to the fossil fuel development. What we know for certain is it stabilizes prices, and there's an element of stability in pricing and non-reliance on an imported source for a very critical service, essential service.
Yeah, thank you. There's a little, and I alluded to it in my statement about the new CEB, the Clean Energy Bridge, the new generation down in St. Lucie. And you're now installing that. We are now talking about 2030. We're now installing that or it went online in 2022, which is only 8 years for a plant that is really designed to last a minimum of 30 years. Well, it may officially be 25, but as we know, plants, you can do things to extend their lives. So the question is, and I also heard at one point that when we talked about 2030, 100% by then, that we did not want any fossil fuel after that time. I think that is changing, but just from your understanding, as you have now put it in, what is the plan for that to make sure, because you also talked earlier about stranded assets. Obviously, if you're putting something and with intention to serve customers better, and then you have to retire it because it's no longer, you can no longer run it for other reasons, not for your own, but government thing. What is your expectation of that plant, and how much longer do you see that being in operation?
So we expect it to be around for its design life, 25 years as we had identified, and the plant, you're right, so 2030 is the target for 100% renewable energy, or close to 100%. And I say that because the scenario in the study recently done by government, the Integrated Resource and Resiliency Plan, IRRP, it comes very, very close, not exactly 100%, but very close to it. What happens to the Clean Energy Bridge over time is that now it provides base load service, and it continues to do so for a few years. But as we transition to renewable energy, then the plant utilization goes down, and it provides more of a backup or standby service to the grid, a backup in the event that something happens that takes the solar out, either on a short or longer term in the case of a weather event or a volcanic event, as we've seen. So it transitions from base load operation over time to one of resilience and reliability and backup for the grid in the event that the renewables, which are largely going to be intermittent, in fact, thus far is almost exclusively solar PV, in the event that that is not available or interrupted for whatever reason, or any other renewable that is introduced, wind is on the cards, both offshore and onshore, biomass, waste to energy, any issues that those encounter, the fossil fuel plant would provide a backup. But you're still achieving by 2030 in the plan quite a significant percentage from renewable energy, 99 maybe, I need to double check. That is on the government's website, the IRRP, or at least an executive summary of it. Yeah, it transitions from base load to backup over time, so should still do the full life. Just to mention that there's another way to provide backup, and that's batteries. So you don't have to rely necessarily on a clean energy bridge or fossil fuel plant to provide the backup. And that was a lot of the discussion going on in the past as well. You know, should you, for 100% renewables, essentially you don't want any fossil fuel at all. If you want 100% and be sure you're not going to use fossil fuel, then you would build a lot of renewables, more than you need to meet the peak, and use the excess to store in batteries so that when the substantive plant is not producing, the energy that you stored in the batteries would be released to the grid. And so that's one approach that could be taken, but that's a very expensive, in my opinion, approach because batteries are still, even though the cost is coming down substantially, batteries are still quite pricey. And the reality is we have an immediate need anyway, as it stands right now. And a lot of the renewable projects that we, had heard about back in 2012 and 2014, like Cahill and Andrews and so on, some of them were, I think, we were expecting some by 2018. None of those things materialized. And so we had to fill that gap, and move quickly to fill that gap. And that was the purpose of the Clean Energy Bridge, to fill that gap for projects that did not materialize over the period, that were renewable projects and in alignment with policy, but recognizing that down the road, there's still real value with it because instead of investing in more expensive batteries, at least at this time, that plant will provide a backup. And as we transition, battery prices will fall, come down in price, and so you are right, the assessment is that you wouldn't need to build more fossil fuel, that you would achieve then any future growth or demand or replacing fossil fuel that retires with renewable capacity. But I sit here and reflecting on what we would have said in 2009 in the 2010 rate case and say, if that assumes that that renewable capacity comes, if it doesn't come, then next time I sit here, I would probably, I could be saying that, no, we had to put more fossil fuel in because it just didn't move as fast as we had hoped. Okay. That's the nature of the sector.
Yeah, just a process, Chair. How much longer do I have in my questioning? Just want to make sure that I don't overdo my time because I have quite a few more questions and I just want to make sure. No time frame? No, okay. Okay, sorry, I misunderstood. I thought there was a time limit. I'll try to be efficient though. I'm not going to try to prolong it, but I think the information on this is very critical because a lot of people, while it's a little bit technical, it is sorry. Oh, I thought I was being shush, but maybe sorry.
Not at all. I was just asking you to be as efficient as the clean energy bridge.
Yeah. 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 Don't let's expel anything other than it's clean. Yeah, because a lot of people think that the transition to renewable energy is a straightforward transfer from so many megawatts of fossil fuel to so many megawatts of renewable energy. But the characteristics of the two types of generation are so totally different. And while on paper they may look the same, we at BREA, as you know, are very concerned about making sure that this country is properly served with that transition. And we are now spending a lot of money on a project that could have great utilization to keep that stability there. So I'm glad to hear, because I know at one point it was perceived that this may come to an end within a very much shorter space of time than its lifetime. And I think it's important, and that comes at a cost to the country. It's important to understand that this is, there's a lot more to it, and what really is in the interest of customers. So I think this is what I'm glad that you brought out some of those issues.
Yeah, sure. There's always a risk that an asset you install today could become stranded before it fulfills its, reaches full life. We don't believe that will be the case with this clean energy bridge, because, as indicated, it beyond just providing base, it will provide backup, and it just means that you would not need to build as much batteries that you otherwise would have. So,
and can that be fueled by biofuels as an alternative to oil?
Potentially, yes.
And is there a significant cost to that?
I don't have that information. We haven't done. I believe in our expansion study, we did a scenario where we assumed that one of the scenarios assumed that existing generation, probably including the clean energy bridge, could transition from fossil fuels to biofuel. That way you're not changing the technology substantially. But I couldn't comment here on costs and so on. I don't have that at my fingertips.
Thank you. There was a suggestion earlier that because you did not include project, or you had included a project for in the last rate case as a potential use of the money that you were getting through rates for projects, and I think the point was about replacing the steam plant. Are there other projects similar to that you had included or intended to do at that time that you also did not do? And what was the implication of that?
So the steam plant was only one of a couple more fossil fuel plants that were earmarked to be retired during the intervening period between the last rate case and now. We also had low speed A station. I think Intervenor mentioned that in his opening remarks. And we had a gas turbine as well, I think, in that mix. So the decision to, much the same as with the steam plant, decision there would have been based on the market conditions at the time. The prudent decision, in our view, would have been to invest in extending the life of the steam, rather than at that time with large renewable, base load renewable, because waste to energy and biomass are base load capacity that can be dispatched, so almost a clean swap out one for the other in terms of the characteristics of the plant. So similar to that, the decision we made there to extend the life of that plant rather than build something that could, given the conditions at the time, have become stranded and be one more thing to be paid for. The LSDA station, we also would have extended that beyond what the original dates would have been. I think those were intended originally to be retired in 2018. Again, I'll verify that and correct it if I'm wrong after the next break, but I believe that was the year. And so we would have invested again in extending that. At this time, through the discussions that we've had with on the draft licenses and so on, as you correctly said, the expectation is no more fossil fuel. This is the last one, potentially, unless conditions change going forward. So we do stand by those decisions because, again, you would have been putting something that we determined no, we don't need going forward. However, we'll continue to assess it year by year. So that's an example of one other investment that was identified then that we had to modify. In the place of that, we would have invested in extension of the life. We also invested in things that weren't in the plan at the time.
Yeah, that was my next question, yeah, so go ahead.
Okay, so
Yeah.
so things like the investments we made in the solar plant at Trent, for example, that would not have been included. So you know, solar PV, of course, is renewable, is in keeping with the policy objectives that we were discussing then, and certainly enshrined in the current policy to 2030. And so we made that investment back in 2016. Well, commissioned the plant in 2016. That's an example of an investment that would not have been included at the time. Batteries were not included at the time and contemplated. Although I would add that the batteries was the subject of a separate application and has its own recovery mechanism built in. Smart meters, I don't believe, would have been built in, at least not the type that we would have had, the AMI that we ultimately put in during that period. So those are some examples of alternatives that were more in keeping with, along with reinvestment in life extension, that were more in keeping with the conditions that existed over the period.
So some may have impacted negatively on costs and others may have had a positive impact,
yeah.
and therefore, have you looked at what the difference in costs may have been, what the ones that
Yeah.
gave you the benefit and the ones that gave you a negative?
Yes, well, certainly projects like the solar, we looked at those before making the investment, and we, again, Intervenor went reference fuel price savings from the solar plant that we would have been the basis for the decisions at the time. Batteries would have been the subject of its own hearing and process, and so the savings there were fully ventilated and exists there in the public domain and the decisions that's there. And we have operating experience with those. Those have served us extremely well. They have provided fuel savings. In more recent times, however, the batteries are serving more of a grid forming role. And that's simply because of the rate at which we're growing on the renewable front. I mentioned, 40% on some days. So the batteries were always intended to provide fuel savings. That was the basis of our case. We made that back then. We always knew we would need batteries over the longer term for grid forming, which is managing the frequency, the swings that take place when solar is there and not there and up and down. And because of the rate at which we are growing, and because we're now in a process of issuing an RFP for batteries to build more, those batteries, until the other ones come, are going to have to do some of that grid forming and frequency control, managing the stability on the network. It was fortuitous that we have them in place because it's allowed us to continue to expand without putting a pause on renewables going on, intermittent renewables in particular, up to this point.
Yeah, because of our involvement in several aspects of obviously our interest is to make sure the smooth transition to 100%. And obviously, as we go there are going to be some challenges on your network, which do impact, I think, some of the things you mentioned earlier about the synchronous condensers and additional lines and things like that are required. And you just mentioned the battery. So are there other implications that you see that as you go, maybe you've answered this already, so if there's anything else, as you go to renewable energy, that you're not doing today, that you'll need to do very soon again? In other words, what's not included in your application or your test year? And so if there are things that you, there that not only equipment, but in terms of your organization, and I think you alluded to some, but just if there anything beyond things like the license changes,
Right.
things like the equipment and so on.
Yeah, there are a few. I'll touch on the equipment first, and then some organizational ones maybe second. Equipment, a big glaring one is batteries, because as I mentioned, we are going to require as a country maybe 200 megawatts or more of batteries on the grid. We have 5 right now, which is the ones that I was mentioning or discussing just now. But we anticipate a need for about 200 megawatts. No batteries are included in our application at the moment. We are anticipating or expecting that batteries will be subject to its own license and its own revenue recovery mechanism and process. But because of the urgency for it, given where we are today, we have as a business gone ahead, sort of the sector isn't caught flat-footed, and put an RFP out while we work through with the relevant stakeholders and so on, a process of how that will evolve and manage going forward. So batteries is a glaring one that isn't included. On the organizational side, I did mention it before, so we haven't looked at or included the cost, for example, of establishing the dispatch unit. If in fact that's where we end up, at the end of the day, once the licenses process is completed, we would be required to set up a quasi-independent dispatch business unit, separately staffed and with appropriate separations from the rest of the business activities for independence and transparency and so on, because they will be dispatching and managing not just our generation, but independent power producers as well. So there's a cost there that we haven't built in, and no doubt some additional costs that comes with restructuring that we haven't built in. And then I'll add another one as well. As renewables grow on the grid, we've already identified a need to look at how we manage the renewable process internally. We do recognize that there's some room perhaps for improvement in that area, and especially given the volumes that are coming in. We have close to, it's not quite 3,000 generators on the grid now. Independent generators, albeit small, it's somewhere between 2,500 and 3,000 at the moment, and that will grow substantially. You've heard figures like 30,000. Each of those is a generator on the network and need to be managed. And each of those are going to be applying and need to be evaluated to determine what's required to accommodate each one as they come onto the network. And so what we're doing as we start to plan for the new market and setting up things like the dispatch unit is also looking at the resources required to focus on that aspect of the sector going forward. And those are discussions and work that we're starting to do internally as an organization.
Yeah, because that is, what you just mentioned is a major concern for our members, and I think should be a concern for the country, is that if you're not properly, yourselves, the Ministry of Energy and the Government Electrical Engineers Department are not properly prepared to take that increase, because we are only at 70 megawatts of capacity, and we are looking to grow up to the level of about
700.
17 megawatts here, and going up to 700 megawatts, 10 times.
Yeah.
And we are already having challenges in terms of delays of getting interconnected into the grid, etc. We have situations where your lines are, penetration on the lines are being exceeded, the levels that you can allow are being exceeded in several areas. And that sort of lends itself to frustration for people who are investing, but also the country not moving forward in the way that it needs to if we are going to mitigate these high costs in the future. So I think that I'm glad to hear what you're saying in terms of that is on the cards, and I think you need to fast forward it, because it's not good enough for people to be investing and waiting for an extended period of time. But not to say that only, we have to recognize where we have come. And you mentioned earlier that we are 11% of our energy is actually being
solar.
provided by solar, which is a tremendous achievement in any stretch of the imagination. So for Barbados have been able to achieve that, I think, I mean, I don't think it's Light and Power alone. I think collectively, the ministry and
Fair Trading Commission,
the Fair
BFITS,
Trading Commission, there are so many different stakeholders that made that happen. So I think that is critical to recognize, but also to say that if we are at that stage, you talked about 200 megawatts of storage,
203.
but a lot of that can be provided by independent power producers. I mean, is that something Light and Power is expecting to themselves to provide, or is that something, because it's good for you to provide these centralized ones, but they're going to need some of this for several various technical reasons are needed at the location where the power is being actually produced. And the cheapest way would be to have the owner to provide that facility to be able to offset the other negatives of that installation. So
So the question, I think, is are we the ones doing that, maybe
Right.
exclusively? So at the moment, we have an RFP out for 45 megawatts. We have indicated in that the requirement down the road is for 200 and a little bit. Of course, we would want to be able to make that investment and earn on it. The energy policy contemplates ownership of storage by independent producers as well. In the same way that you can independently produce, you can independently store and provide that as a service. We do believe, and we've communicated this to policymakers and stakeholders, that the nature of storage is such that it's so tightly integrated with the operation of the grid, particularly with renewables going forward and the need to maintain grid stability, that there are cost benefits to doing it integrated within the utility. Notwithstanding it at SEP, we will have to license it separately. But we do think there's value in having that done by the utility. And so, like I say, we've gone forward with an RFP. It's going to be needed urgently. And
yeah, while the utility, there are different services, as you know, that battery storage can provide.
Yeah.
Some of it is definitely the utility is the best provider, but other times, which is the point I'm making, we have to make sure that we do what is best for Barbados, not what may be best for you or for the investor. We have to find that right balance.
I agree, and I would say that, and we may, going forward, in some instances, depending on supply chain is a challenge for us as well, we may require, as part of the impact assessments that are done in the application process for a renewable supplier, that they couple storage with that, given the need to maintain stability on the network. So absolutely. And storage, I should, just to mention, to complete the picture, is not just big storage in central locations. There are already persons on the island that have storage at their homes. And there's the potential to aggregate that storage and have a virtual battery, for example. Again, that is something that the investments that we're making would facilitate in terms of the smart grid, because communication is critical to bringing those things together and treating them as a single battery. So again, that would be customer-owned batteries at their premise, that they're offering a service to the grid in the future that would receive some value or benefit. And then there's batteries on 4 wheels driving around on the roads out there. We have a lot of electric. Another area where Barbados is leading is electric vehicles on a per capita basis. And those are storage on wheels and have the potential to provide services to the grid for which they will be paid. But in order to unlock that, you need to have an infrastructure, a smart grid that can, when they plug in, you know they're in, they communicate to a control center, and dispatch in the control center can use those resources when they're parked for, 90% of the day our cars are parked. So that's part of the equation as well. Transport, home-owned storage, and then large-scale storage that both the utility and independent power producers will no doubt install.
Yeah, you mentioned electric vehicles or EVs. What is Light and Power's position on these, in the sense that they do create benefits to the overall country. But there's also a cost because the infrastructure that is going to be required for these at people's homes and locations is going to be totally different. But you also then indicated that they could use or be used to help provide extra capacity on the system. So it seems that they are multi-faceted sort of arrangement. And so the question is that do you see, in order to get all of these in place, do you see a lot more investment that is going to be required in your grid? This is more the low voltage grids on the systems. And how are you gearing yourself to deal with that?
Yeah, so I just step back a little bit from the question because it helped me remember something, and I might have mentioned it earlier. We talked about a 100-100 vision, 100% renewables, 100% electrification. That other half of that formula, electrification, a large part of that was transportation and our strategic thinking when we came up with that. And inevitably, if you're going to decarbonize the system, the energy sector here, you have to deal with the other large user of fossil fuels, not just the power companies, it's all of us with our vehicles, the transport sector. And so electrification of transport is necessary if we're going to achieve the energy policy goals on the island. So that's one. From the utilities perspective, and maybe some of it I'll admit may be somewhat self-serving. Obviously, if we know that we're losing a portion of the generation pie. We've liberalized the market, there's competition, people are generating themselves and they're independent power producers. It is in our interest to grow the electricity usage because that is where then we can, strategically as a business look at our long-term viability and sustainability. And at the end of the day, it benefits everyone, including the customer.
Right.
So that 100 last 100 in the formula was critical. And as such, we did quite a lot a few years back we work with stakeholders that were bringing vehicles in. We worked with a lot of the dealers to try to encourage them to bring in. We looked at charging infrastructure. We ourselves, we may not have been first, but we were a close second in terms of the electric vehicles as part of our fleet. And for a long time, we had the largest electric vehicle fleet as well. So that was part of sort of walking the talk and getting information, much as we did with solar in 2000, to understand what the costs and the value and the benefits are likely to be, so that as we develop plans going forward, we're better informed. A big part of the future in relation to electrification is how we manage that on the grid is going to be important, because if not done well, it could drive costs up. Can create significant problems, and that's because if everybody plugged their cars in on evenings when they go home, and a lot of us just go home, park the car, and it sits there for most of the day, or you go to work, you park it there, and it sits there for most of the day. One of the most underutilized assets that we own. But when everybody's plugging it in at the same time, that becomes a big load for the grid, and if we aren't managing that properly, meaning that we don't have the ability to control when it's actually charging or discharging, then it runs the risk of increasing costs for the network. So the work that we've been doing is assessing what smarts need to be installed as the sector evolves to ensure we manage that cost carefully for customers. And there's a good bit of engineering work and study work that has been done. There's more that needs to happen. And how that looks is that the chargers that folks have at home, they need to be able to communicate to the grid. So the grid knows, beyond just seeing the consumption, the grid knows that you're on, and the grid could send a signal to stop charging if the demand is too high, or reverse the direction if the grid needs the service from the batteries, optimize the use so that we avoid having to overbuild batteries on a utility scale on the network, and make use of a resource that is already underutilized on the network by creating smart chargers instead of the passive ones that exist today. So that's an example of, there are more things that need to be done at time of use to encourage the use of charging at different times and so on, to get the right mix for the island so that we don't drive costs up.
Right, and so what you mentioned there was sort of studies and pilot projects. Do you foresee a lot of the transition to this, and you said it earlier that a lot of this is new for us. So as we bring these new technology or new to us technologies onto the grid, and we need to identify how they're going to impact and how we can actually mitigate that. And to do that, we at BRIA had been talking a lot about the use of pilot projects to try to make that happen. The question I asked you, I mean, I did it in an interrogatory, and the response I got was that Light and Power will finance or fund these projects, or should I say, and other mechanisms. And I'm just wondering, because I see this as not something that should rely on one entity to decide if and when a project is needed, because you have to set your priorities in terms of your resources, etc. Whereas something, other people may have different ideas. And I know in the US, in years gone by, when what they call demand side management, which is energy efficiency, a mechanism that many regulators have provided, actually instructed utilities to do, was to provide, to make an adjustment, like a fraction of a cent per kilowatt hour, for example, they would include in the rates. And I say a fraction of a cent, I mean point something of a cent per kilowatt hour, to collect enough money for those types of projects. Obviously could be managed by some entity that is available for pilot projects to make sure that what we put onto the grid is done so in a safe and effective way, rather than in many cases what used to happen was that things were done and you find out, well, that didn't really work, so we got to try something else. And that might work and may end up in the best place ultimately, but not in an environment where we are trying to get there in a lot quicker time frame. So my question to you is that, do you see that mechanism as a realistic type of approach for Barbados, or do you see any alternatives in how we can fund? I mean, we're talking, you know, small millions of dollars, and when I say millions, in a mix of the whole thing over periods of time, and potentially saving hundreds of millions of dollars if we are able to do that. So it would maybe investments best made by customers now to get a better result in the future. So my question to you is that, and maybe you may have some other ideas on how things like that could work, that does not totally rely on when you have that budget to deal with it, and you have to make that decision based on your resources available.
Before, you know, some of the information is very very good and very interested, but I would want sometimes in your questions that you focus more to the rate base as opposed to some of the future issues, because some of this is really good and really enjoying, but I would like you in directing your question that the question focus a little bit more at what we are discussing. And by the way, how much longer
yeah. To my point earlier, I think I have about 3 more questions, sir.
And they're like the last question, or they are actually a question?
Well, I can't answer that because I don't answer my questions.
But I'm just saying, if you could phrase it in the form of a question instead of giving the answer and then asking the question, it would help us to get through a little bit.
Well, yeah, I just didn't want to have to follow up, but I take your point, sir.
And there's some other persons from Barbados Light and Power who will be speaking on operations that you will get to examine a little later as well, you know. So I hope you won't be asking them the questions again.
Yeah, well.
But if you can just.
Sir, I take your point and I appreciate it. However, I just hope that at the end of the day, we recognize the importance.
Very much so.
You may get a little lost because these may be things that you may not be as interested in, right, at this point in time. But all of what we are discussing now is an immediate impact on customers, and I hope at the end you would see the value of that. So
I've been making good notes,
yeah,
sir.
yeah,
I've been making
and not to suggest, but I agree with you, and I appreciate your
I'll hold some for the other members from Light and Power. Okay. So
Okay, I'll promise you that I'll finish my question and my questions by 3:30. 10 more minutes, isn't it? 10 more minutes? You're good with that? Sir?
Yes.
I'm not demanding anything. I'm
No, well, just
I'm working with you.
You've started to use up one of the minutes.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
I think there was a question there from you just before
I thought so, but
so I think you were asking me about, and I recall an interrogatory along these lines. It was
Right.
setting aside some amount of money
Right.
for financing, in some way being able to finance pilots and so on, whether that be through an association or consumer group or something like that. You might not have been happy with it because we were somewhat non-committal in our response. The view, I mean, from our perspective, I am not that familiar with that in other territories. I take the point that you've raised that it exists elsewhere. And we certainly would be open to having discussions with other stakeholders and the commission on it if you know, is determined that something we want to look at. From my perspective, it would need to be, if something like that were done, you would want to have it not as a single interest area, a body that is looking at the entire sector in its completeness, perhaps. But like I say, I think it's something we would discuss or be open to.
yeah, and I wanted to bring it up here because I think that, from Bria's point of view, has been a bit of a challenge in terms of what we do and the speed at which we can do it, which I think is in the interests of Barbados right now to be able for it to be done effectively. So, two last questions, as I promised the chairman. AMI, you mentioned AMI investment, which was a very important investment and a very foresightful investment, because that gives you the opportunity, as you said earlier, to examine or to have real-time accurate data on each individual customer that has an AMI meter. And for the benefit, and I do apologize with a little explanation, AMI meter is one that allows Light and Power to collect data remotely, so they can actually see at each customer's location, more or less real time, the data, how much a customer is using on an hourly, I think they do it every 15 minutes basis. So they effectively have that data and can look and examine how a customer is using their electricity at every point in time of a day. Not to impose on people, because they can't, but it's that for the benefit of people, is that they can tell how that consumption is actually going, so that customers, when they complain about what they are using, and Light and Power can actually go and say, well, this is when, what points in time that your high usage was occurring. A lot of people in nowadays things, as we know, have concerns about that and use the words Big Sam looking down on you, etc. But from an electricity point of view, it's a very beneficial thing, because then Light and Power can save a lot of money in terms of planning if it actually had these things, all the systems going. What they do in a lot of US states is actually have information on websites for customers to use this data. And my question to you, is that in your plan right now, and how soon can customers use it? Because if we ever increase, if at this point or later, we increase rates, what customers will want to know is how can I manage my consumption? And this will be one way that they can do it. They can, if they can get that information real time, they would be able to know what appliances they've been using in that period of time and how they can better manage it. So what are Light and Power's plans for helping to do that, to help mitigate, customers mitigate their costs, any cost increases?
Thanks. I know that was an interrogatory, and I wanted to try to find it so I don't contradict myself, but
You said that by the end of the year, but I know, I want you to say that on this stand to tell me, that's why I'm asking the question, because I'm glad to hear the end of the year, but I think we should be committing ourselves to doing it as before the end of the year, because it's, anyway, whenever this if any rate adjustment is made, and even now with the high fuel costs, that would be a tremendous tool for customers to use.
Chair, if I may suggest that intervener Worm could identify the interrogatory to assist the witness.
No, I don't have it here, sir. But I was told, my recollection is that it is in train and it would be done by the end of the year. So if you can't answer it now, just let your, I'm told I don't want to duplicate my questions, but with your permission, sir, I will duplicate this one on the next occasion if Mr. Blackman is not in a position to answer.
Yeah, one of my colleagues may be coming up,
Yeah,
but I know we did answer it in the interrogatory. I can't remember the
okay.
specific, but it is something on the cards. It is something on the cards for us, and it is about leveraging the investment that we've made in that underlying smart grid infrastructure, and there's great value in. Significant value in customers being able to monitor and see their own consumption. That's maybe one shortcoming in how the energy has evolved over the years. It's something in the background, nobody pays attention to it until the bill comes at the end of the month. You use it and then you pay for it after. Unlike the gas pump where you buy it first and then use it. So having that information is important. We agree, and that is something on the cards for us as a service to our customers to provide that type of information.
Yeah, and it will help you reduce your costs as well in managing all of those things. So these are all things that we need to. So the last question, if you can bear with me, and maybe just go over the 3:30, but not much. You had made an application which BREA was party to as an intervener for the Clean Energy Transition Rider, which is right now still to be decided on by the Fair Trading Commission. BREA supported that rider in concept. We were very surprised that that was not included as part of this rate case, because we believe that whatever happens at this rate case, we cannot afford this level of costs because your whole market is changing. And there are different cost implications. Some costs will be going down, some will be going up. And we cannot, each time that there is something going on, regularly be exposing Barbados to a rate case in this way. Your CETR addresses that. Now, we think it's a good idea. Other people may not think it's a good idea. But I think we need to be in a position to ventilate the issues and come up with a solution, because we do believe very strongly that that's in the interest of Barbados to have a mechanism, whatever it is and whatever you call it, but a mechanism like that to do it. My question to you really is, do you see that as a critical part of you going forward? And if not, why wasn't it brought up as a major issue for this rate case?
We do see it as a critical part of regulation going forward, which is why we applied for it. The reason is not part of this rate case is because it was determined through the procedures and issues conferences as not a separate matter that with its own hearing and so on that will happen. So it's not on the issues list, but it is, I agree it's important. We've applied for it and we look forward to going through the process in relation to that outside of this proceeding.
So you were waiting on the commission to actually address that separately. But I really do believe it's a critical thing, and we really need to ventilate it. So hopefully others will have the opportunity to do that as well. Thank you very much, sir, and I do apologize for my lengthy questions, and I look forward to doing it. Yeah, I've still got a minute left, so. But anyway, I was only kidding. I don't sing well, so I could have ended with a song. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Worm. Ms. Cummins from the Energy Division.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Blackman.
Good afternoon.
My question is really not too difficult, nor is it grinding. You were asked by your lead counsel, Mr. Aline, what government policy decisions would have encouraged BLPC to make certain investments, and you mentioned a few. But it was also your testimony that BLPC was futuristic and was embarking on a plan to diversify the electricity sources on the grid. I believe you mentioned your 100 vision plan that was around 2015, 2016, but that was not with such an ambitious target as, say, the BNEP. Would it be correct to say that with or without government signaling that it wanted to use energy sources other than fuel, BLPC would have embarked on the vision of employing energy from renewable sources on the grid? Would that be correct?
That would be correct, yeah.
Okay. Hence, would it not be correct to say also that any system expansion plan BLPC would have developed would have taken such intended futuristic developments into account, including any costs associated therewith? Would you agree?
Yes, or plans, in fact, in the past.
Okay.
Quite a few studies we would have done would have looked at a suite of potential energy options, which included conventional fossil fuel and renewable options. They were put in a mix and evaluated to determine what the optimum mix from a cost perspective. In the early days, it was based on least cost planning, and more recent times is based on not just cost but other criteria like emissions and water use and land use and so on.
Thank you. Therefore, you would agree with me if it were stated that government's BNEP was not the catalyst for BLPC to embark on such a program, and therefore could not be held solely responsible for the company venturing into such capital investments, as it was already an element of the company's strategic plan for its growth and economic survival, and on which the company, as said before, had already embarked on implementing. You would agree with that also?
Sorry, I'm sorry to make you repeat it. But
Okay, I gotta leave off that last part. Therefore, would you agree with me if it were stated that government's BNEP was not the catalyst for BLPC to embark on such a program, and therefore could not be held solely responsible for the company venturing into such capital investments, as it was already an element of the company's strategic plan for its growth and economic survival? Because the question your council had asked you basically was, you know what, government policy decisions would have
influence.
encouraged you
Yeah.
to embark on such. So this would have led to that.
Yeah,
So
it
you can't say then, considering that BLPC, being the futuristic company that it is, proactive company that it is, seeing that there was an avenue to also use energy from other sources.
Mr. Chair, through you, Kevin Boyce, Council for Light and Power, not the lead. The question as framed is giving us some difficulty here, sir, and we are respectfully requesting if it could be broken down so the witness would be in a position to answer.
Ask for it to be written.
No, broken down into components. We saw you turn the page, ma'am. We're having some difficulty following due to the length. So we're asking if you could give it to him in bite-sized pieces.
Oh, no, okay, I will start.
I-
Therefore, would you agree with me if it were stated that government's BNet was not the catalyst for BLPC to embark on a program of, okay, let's say renewable energy prospects, and therefore you couldn't say that the BNet, being a government policy, was the sole reason why BLPC went into such capital investments. Would that be correct?
Yeah, the BNAP on its own is
Right.
difficult to divorce, but however, it's difficult to divorce the plans from policies and stakeholder consultations. I mean, a number of factors influence the strategy and the decisions that we make as a business, including, of course, the policy. We don't set policy, we follow it. But examples would be, like I said, before the BNet, the existing BNet, we invested in solar. We invested in batteries before that as well.
Right.
There would have been other factors, yes, influencing it, some of which is these consultations that led to the eventual BNEP, some are the Sustainable Energy Framework for Barbados project, and, you know, a number of factors. And
You're right. And that the only thing it's trying to establish is that it really wasn't just government policy that would have encouraged BLPC to engage in such capital investments, because the question as worded would have given that impression, right? And this is the last one, which is sort of like leading from that one, but okay. Therefore, would you agree with me if I were to say that BLPC would have, long before the BNet or any forerunner thereto, be forecasting costs associated with its vision for the new direction of the company and its future investments for delivering safe, reliable, and clean energy while making its corporate contribution and responsibility to lessen the emission of greenhouse gases without any prompting of a policy of the government.
Council,
Sorry.
Mr. Chairman, through you, sir, we are having difficulty. We are asking again, through you, sir, if the question can be given in a shorter method so the witness can, one, follow, and two, be in a position to answer.
Okay, let me see if I can say. Would you agree then that BLPC would have long before, if there was no BNEP, no government policy, or any forerunner thereto, be forecasting costs associating with its vision, its company's vision for its new direction, right? And its future investments for delivering, I'm still confusing?
No, I think I understand.
Delivering safe, reliable, and clean energy while making its corporate contribution and responsibility to lessen the emission of greenhouse gases without any prompting. So what I'm saying basically, that you agree with me that, because when I believe, you could correct me, I don't want to speak to BLPC, but when you would have started to embark on investing in green technologies, the big issue and discussion at the time really was lessening of greenhouse gases. And what I'm saying is,
Yeah.
you as a good corporate citizen, there are two things you are doing here. You are, yes, looking at that, but at the same time, realizing that the cost of fuel is rising and not getting any better, any cheaper. You have the vision, long before any government policy, that this is where you wanted to take the company, the new when I said the new company, the new way the company will service its customers.
Chairman, the difficulty is this, sir, through you, respectfully. There were just 3 questions, back to back to back. At no time were they paused to allow the witness to get an opportunity to respond. And all we're asking is that the question, sir, in terms of its length, be reduced so the witness has the opportunity to respond before the subsequent question is added to it.
No,
So no,
Councillor, I think
I'm
I'm prepared to respond to the.
I think
Yeah.
you understand the
Yeah, I think
the
I
question.
understand.
I was only
Okay,
explaining
okay,
myself.
okay, I think, okay, the witness will answer.
Yeah, we would, so the BNEP is policy that governs us at the moment. Prior to that, it may not have been a BNEP, but there were other directions given, discussions that we would have with our stakeholders, which included government. The IRP is an example that comes to mind. So we started an IRP back in 2012. Yes, there was the Sustainable Energy Framework, which was a form of policy work, body of policy work that was funded, I believe, by the IDB at the time for government. And coming out of that, there were some targets set as well. So I can't recall, let's say, in the last decade, a time where we would have been operating without some form of direction or policy. It might not have been the BNEP that exists today, but there was always something there. Like I say, the SEFB report, some of us in the room would remember, had existed before that. Then we did our IRP, and the approach we took there, which was best practice for planning in the sector, would have been to look at consider what was in any policy that existed, talk to our stakeholders representing various aspects of the sector and the economy. And we held, through that process, quite a lot of meetings and so on, public sessions where people gave input on what they felt we should be looking at. We broke it out into segments. And I'm giving a kind of long answer, not because it's a long question, but I just try to get the context. We broke it up into 2 or 3 sessions where we started at the start with the terms of reference. But Light and Power is going to lead a study here. There's some general policy directives and directions coming out of these studies that are going on at the moment. And this is the terms of reference. Let's hear from you, the public. And we held that, I think that was Lloyd Erskine standing for, that was way back. And we presented the terms of reference, the public came, they commented on that. We took the feedback and we made adjustments based on the feedback that we had. Then we conducted the study based on the terms of reference. And we came up, before we could complete it, we had to make some assumptions. Solar costs this, fuel costs this. Going forward, it will cost X, Y. And we came back, consulted with stakeholders. It wasn't BREA at the time, but a lot of the members of BREA would have been part of that consultation, the members of Division of Energy, and we presented the assumptions and took feedback from all of the stakeholders that participated in terms of what they felt we should adjust in those assumptions. And we made some adjustments, locked in the assumptions, and then we ran the simulations with scenarios. Once we got the results, we consulted again with stakeholders and said, well, what is your view on these results? We took that into consideration, made some adjustments, and then we presented a report. So in my time at least involved in planning, there hasn't been, I wouldn't say, a period where we were divorced from any form of policy at all. We were always, this government has always been at the table, informing either as a stakeholder through a consultation or setting a policy through a study. It has always been informed in one way or another by some form of policy. And in addition to that, we've always consulted widely, and yes, then that informs the company's strategy and going forward. I think you said as a good corporate citizen. So when we did the one back in 2012, that was we did depart from how we had done past studies. We had looked in the past at only costs. What's the least cost solution? At that time, we had proposed doing, in addition to costs, land area, water use, and things like that, because again of the discussions that were coming up, and we shared that with stakeholders. They all weighed in, and so long answer to say, you know, the BNET, no, but there were other things before BNET that would have been formed, including stakeholder engagement and consultation.
Thank you so much. That explains a lot, and you have answered my question satisfactorily. I also wanted to inquire whether the rate of return is included in the fuel clause adjustment? Just the fuel clause, cost. Yes, ma'am.
No, it isn't. The
Isn't.
fuel clause adjustment is, yeah, no, it isn't
Are you asking right there?
included.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Blackman. That's all I have for you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Cummins. The time
Chair.
being 3:45, I just inquire of the Watson and Simpson team if they would like to start their cross-examination at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Considering that the motion for, the note or motion in relation to the depreciation decision
Be heard on Monday morning.
is pending, we expect first thing on Monday. We think it is appropriate that we break now and have that motion heard, a decision rendered, and then we can commence.
Agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So we will adjourn for the day to reconvene on Monday at 9 a.m.
Thank you, Chair.